Welcome to the build guide for the Paris Class Frigate from the Halo universe. I had a lot of fun building this ship, and I originally wasn't planning on doing a build guide, just because it took so long to build and it's so complex. I was thinking there's no way I could make a build guide for this. But after seeing how well it turned out, and with the feedback multiple people wanting the build guide, I decided it was worth the effort to go ahead and do that. So for all you Halo fans out there, you guys can recreate this, build this, do your own thing with it. But, this is for all the Halo fans out there. Now, this is a very large ship. This ship is twice as long as the normal max length of the ship, and has about 7 times as many ship components as you can normally max put in the game. I play this game on a pretty good computer, so I don't have any issues with this ship in my game. The only thing that I have is there's a noticeable delay when trying to enter the ship builder or entering the ship viewer. Now, I tried to make sure that all the mods used in this were available on the console, and the mods that I made for this I put on the console as well, so you guys have the ability to create it. But let me know in the comments how well this ship performs on console. Now, since this is such a large ship build, I wanted to make this video as easy to follow as possible. I'm creating timestamps so you can go back to the individual sections you need. We're going to build the ship into sections, and one of the first things we do is we create all the main structure pieces and the components. So at any point, the only thing you need to do is just add a fuel container on there, and then you can save the ship and come back and build it at your leisure. To make the guide easier to follow, I lay out all the components you'll need for each section, so you already have them out. And then I try to build the ship at the same pace you would, not going too fast and not fast forwarding too much, so that you won't have to pause the video after every little thing that I do. I try to make it so we're going at the same pace together, so you can just leave the video playing in the background and just keep building. Before we start the build of the ship, I wanted to go ahead and give you a tour of the inside, so you can see how I've laid out the inside of the ship, and also help you make decisions if you want to do any changes. From the outside of the ship, you can see our docker is on the front there, which connects to a med bay. And then externally, this is our 3x1 garage. What I like about this is it actually has like an elevator lowering gear for it, which gives us a realistic way to be able to get our vehicle out of this ship and down to the ground. Now, our landing bay is this extended ladder, and the ship is able to stay in the air with an anti-grav system. So it does not need individual landing gear touching the ground. This is just not possible with a ship this large. This is one of the only 3 ladders in the whole ship. And our entrance here, got nice windows so we can see what you'll be exiting the ship to. As the bottom of this hull is so narrow, we're going to be limited what we can use the space for. First, we have an infirmary, a 1x1. Coming in and out of the ship, it's always good to have an infirmary there in case crew members get injured. Above it, as the hull gets larger, we're able to fit a 2x1 infirmary, as well as a window to look out the back. As we continue up these stairs. This connects to the main stairway in the center of the ship. Going beyond that, we have our 1x1, our brig armory room, and then our storage room, a 2x1 storage room for important supplies. This room also adds to the ship's storage capacity, both regular and shielded, which makes it quite valuable. Alright, now that we're in the primary stairway in the ship, we go up. This is the first, I'd say, main deck of the ship. That way takes us to the very front of it, and this leads us to the back with a hallway that branches to the 2 wings and the engine rooms of the ship with one more floor above us. So first, if we go here to the right, which is the port side of the ship, we have a large 3x3 cargo room. And in the back corner here, we have our 1x1 companionway storage room, so that we have access down into the engineering bay for our bottom left engine. Each main engine has its own engineering bay. Now for a ship like this is large enough, it's designed to take on every type of mission in long-range deployments. So we have plenty of storage for both setting up new bases, transporting supplies, selling cargo, pretty much whatever we want. On the opposite side, on the starboard side of the ship, going in here, we have our main kitchen and dining area for any of the passengers that we take on to the ship. So this is a place for the passengers to be able to hang out, to be able to eat, to be able to be here and stay out of the crew's ways, as well as our room that takes us down to our bottom engineering room for our bottom right engine.
Got a new assignment for me?
And from this branching hallway here, we have our smaller, more quieter and private eating area, and a smaller private living space for passengers to be able to have a little bit more of a secluded place, more quieter place, and a place to work. Going back out to the stairway, we're going to take a look at the second deck for the back of the ship. Now, the nice thing about having a ship this large is we have dedicated room for bunks and living spaces and for, eating areas, so we don't have to cram, different bunks and desk and, everything in every little nook and corridor of the ship. We can just have passageways. Now, this is the living space for the passengers on the ship. Connected to it here is our primary dorm room and bunk room for passengers. So even if we have a large amount of them, we have plenty of room, as well as our access to the top left engineering room. Heading back into the living space. On this corner, we do have a full shower and bathrooms. And we also have a smaller, quieter living space with a little bar up here. They want to get a drink without having to go downstairs, and a working space. Now on the right side of the ship, the starboard, we have our dining room for our crew. And this is also where we have primary living rooms for our Constellation members. So we have full kitchen, bar, dining room, and a little bit of relaxing space for our Constellation members. Over here, we have a dedicated room for Sam, dedicated quarters for Cora. We have a hallway over here, so this is a dedicated room for Barrett, and then Andresia's dedicated room. Now, in this passageway here, we have our access to our other engineering room for our engine, the top right engine. So separate spaces for crew and passengers. Now, I'm on the second floor here, but we'll go ahead and continue forward. On this deck, if you continue forward, this is our mission planning room. The nice thing about this is it has working terminals with a secure connection, so we can accept missions for all the different factions that we work with. Going forward, we have our battle stations. To the left here, we have our stairway that connects us to this midship section for the two decks on this midship section. And beyond the battle stations, we have our main ship engineering room. This is the engineering station for the core of the ship, as well as powering the giant magnetic accelerator cannon on the front of the ship. On the left side here, the port side, this top deck here, we have Sarah's library and office. with Sarah's dedicated crew quarters. Going down the ladder, we have our crew. This is their
Good day, Captain.
quarters, living space, bunk room. And these are for the crew members that we hire on, like our, EM weapons specialist, ballistic weapons specialist, shield specialist. Our crew member that are not part of Constellation. Exiting out here, we go to our main hallway. For orientation, that's the front of the ship, and that is the main stairway that we took to get into the ship. In this main stairway on the right side, starboard side, we have a science room here. And going forward, we have our crew living quarters. I wanted our crew to have their own living quarter space and a space that they could be that's still close to their actual job workstations. A place that is close to our battle stations, our engineering room. Now, stairway down into the bottom part of the front nose of the ship. We have our airlock. Now, I have not filled the armory up with weapons and armor, but I will. Going forward, from our airlock, we have our garage. Nice thing about this garage is it does have an actual elevator and kit to be able to lower our vehicle down to the planet's surface. We do have windows out the bottom so that we can see where we are lowering that onto. We have our crafting and workstations. And we're at the very front of the ship now. This is our docker. And any entrances in and out of the ship, it's good to have med bays there. So we have our 2x1 med bay. And since this is the primary place that we'll be entering and exiting the vehicle to ships, which may have, alien species, contaminations, all sorts of problems, monstrosities, we do have a airlock and contamination room for going in and out. Alright, let's go back to the center of the ship, to the main stairway. We're now going to go up to the third deck. Alright, here is our third deck, top of our stairs. Going to the back of the ship, we have the captain's private living space and office, as well as the captain's bedroom. Going forward of our ship, we have our hallway here, which has our ladder that leads to our control station and our bridge. Continuing forward, we have our backup control station. We have our main ship computer room. And at the very front, we have our ship's shield generator. This is a very heavy-duty shield generator. It's about twice as tough as a normal Class C ship would carry. Going up to our control station. This is the primary control station underneath the bridge. This is one of the few rooms that actually has a window to look out. Most of the ship is pretty buttoned up with armor, though I do enjoy a good window to be able to view out on some of these beautiful planets and locations. And finally, we have our bridge. This is a Stroud Premium Edition bridge. There's a lot more control stations here than normal. From our bridge, then, we can get a good view of our surrounding areas. Alright, so that is the tour of the ship. Now that you guys know the layout of the ship, you can change it as you see fit as we go ahead and build the ship. Alright, before we begin building, I'm going to quickly go over the mods that are needed for this ship, and then I'll briefly go over some of the building techniques that are used in building this ship so that you'll know them beforehand and also can just use them in your own ships. And then we will go ahead and get into building the ship itself, and we'll go ahead and build it by section so it'll be easier, and I'll show you what parts you'll need for each section so you already have them out, so building should be faster. One of the most important mods that we need for this ship is the ship module snap and expansion. Now there's two versions of it. There's one called cut for compatibility with better flips and snaps, and that's the one we're using because we will be using the better flips and snaps. One of the biggest things from this mod is he has these special components called Gillibrand Special Hab Snaps, and there's a version that you can place for each side of the ship. And by placing these on the side of the ship, and you can scroll through and choose what side, it adds extra snap points to the ships so that you can get components exactly where you want them. And you can combine these with the bigger and larger sizes to be able to fine tune it and get component placement exactly where you want. Like on the front of the ship here, in order to get this to be nice and matching with the armor piece, we've got it set back a little bit from where it would be. Alright, the biggest structural component mod that's needed is the only paid mod, and that's from ACS Deimos. ACS Deimos is only 400 credits. It is an amazing mod, and he has tons of awesome parts that you can use just for about every build. But most of the structural components on the ship are from ACS Deimos, so there's not really any way to get around building this ship without ACS Deimos. So it's a small investment, but it's definitely worth it for this game. The other structural components we're going to be using is from Tiger's Shipyard Overhaul. He has some neat little components you can use, spacers for weapons, and a supplemental shield generator so that a ship twice as large as a standard Class C ship can have twice as strong shields. I'm using TN's supplemental reactors so that we can increase the power output of our ship. Tiger also has something similar, but I do like the TN supplemental ones. You can get that from his mod or from his all-in-one. I also use his cargo overhaul that increases the amount of cargo space the ships have to be more realistic. From one-of-a-kind ships, we're using their Strout Eklund extra large front docker so we can connect in the front. Now, I found out after I built this, I was using Antares' old free mod, which he has now removed off of all the stores. He's combined these parts into his new $10 paid mod. I can't recommend somebody get a paid mod just for that. So as we built the ship, I'm going to be replacing that with some components that'll work from some other free mods, like Avantech or from Tiger Shipyards. Alright, this landing bay is from Mattel's Hab Cockpit and Accessories. It comes in two different sizes, but this is going to allow us to have our ship to be higher and to give a realistic and actual physical ladder that we can get into our ship instead of just an invisible marker. Now, from micro modules, I'm using their gravity buffer. This adds 100 lander thrust to the ship so that we can allow it to hover in the air without having to have landing gear all over it that connects to the ground. For ships this size, you cannot have landing gear that goes to the ground. These ships are just way too big for any landing pad, even for my expanded landing pads mod. So this or some other mod that allows you to do this is necessary. Now, from Trinity Aeroworks, there's several pieces that we're going to use. It's a free mod, and it is needed to get the ship to look like it does. Now, from Cross Heavy Industries Model 3, there's going to be several ship components that we're going to be using, as well as the decorational engines. One of the nice things about Cross Heavy Industries is on their parts, all of them can rotate so you can get much more different angles and styles and ability to place them than you can. Now the weapons from this ship are all from the original mod, Matilia's Aerospace. I'm using 3 different weapons from his mod, as well as some armor plating that we'll use for the back of the ship to cover up some holes in the ship. Now, in order to get the versions of his weapons that I use, you do need my free mod, which is available in Nexus and Creation stores. Virginia Legacy Shipyard, Matilia's weapons refits, which changes the damage and range and arcs of the turrets to be more realistic in my opinion. It also changes the power requirements for these port destroyer cannons so that we can equip 8 of them onto the ship. And I also take his MR300 direct fire weapon, scale it up and change it and retool it to be the ship's main railgun, the MAC, magnetic accelerator cannon, which is a very fun weapon to use. I do want to give a shout out to Matilia for his mod to add a lot of great content in the game, and I've enjoyed taking his weapons and refitting them. Now there is one more mod that's needed that I forgot about until I got further into the build, and that is the Falkland System Ship Services. There's only one piece that I use out of this mod, and it's a structural piece that goes right here. Now this is a paid mod, it is 500 credits. In the build I do show you some alternative ways that you can use to create these wing sections without needing this Falkland mod. So if you have it, good, and the mod is worth getting. If you don't have it, you can still build the ship. For the mods for the halves of the ship, the first one we're going to need is place doors yourself. Without this mod, trying to build any sort of connected large ship ends up being a maze and a nightmare, and you end up having to be really weird pathways you have to take to get to different parts of your ships, and even going across multiple floors to get to other parts of the floor. This allows us to put the exact doors where we want them to get a nice ship layout. Now there is a patch for each of the other mods that adds habs so that they work seamlessly with this. The other mod we're using is Tian's ship shells, his hab shell mod. And what this allows us to do is, regardless of which brand hab we use internally, to make it appear as, the brand that we want it to look like on the outside of the ship, you can place one of these shells over top of it, and you get the appearance of this brand even though you're using a different hab inside. And if you use it correctly, there's no sort of clipping or anything. Just to note, when you're building it, you'll see the shell clipping through the regular hab, but once you exit the builder, you only see the shell. Now you can even use these to take, let's say you have some smaller hab sections that all connect together. You can use one hab shell to make it look like one large seamless piece, which gives it a nice cleaner look on the outside. Now I'm using the G-Tech Deimos hab mod to add the garage and the airlock, and we are using the fantastic Stroud Premium Edition. There's a lot of ship habs that I use from Stroud Premium Edition, as well as actually the engines are from there as well. Make sure you get the patcher for this. For this one, I'm using the Altec Ship Living mod. This is only for kind of like the office, library, study room for Sarah, so it's not needed, but I like it. Make sure you get the patcher for that. And I'm using some of Graf's habs, his Galactic 1x1s. These are amazing rooms. He's actually released an update since after I created these, so they may look slightly different. But make sure you get the Place Storage Yourself patcher for that as well. Now, before we started building the ship, I wanted to show you some building tips and tricks and merging techniques that you can use to be able to build whatever you want in this game. Whether you've been playing for a long time or you're a newcomer, hopefully this will help give you some ideas on some stuff that you can do with your ships in the future. So the first one, this is the simple one. Make sure you have a mod installed that allows parts to be able to overlap with each other without throwing an error. Now, I use ship builder tolerance tweaks on the Nexus for the PC, but on the Bethesda store you can also get, there's one called the ship part merging enabled, and it allows different parts to be able to occupy the same space or overlap without the game being upset about it. Previously, you would have to use a trip duplication or merging or flipping technique to get parts to be able to occupy the same space. But with that mod, that's not needed anymore. Parts can automatically just go ahead and inhabit or clip into each other. The second tip I wanted to show you is the buddy merging system. Let's say we're trying to build a more compact ship, or we want to hide some parts in our design. With the buddy merging system, it allows you to easily get parts into the same space as each other. Normally I can't get these two parts to be able to connect to each other. But if this is the area that I want to put everything into, if I take another part and snap to it, now if I select all and move these together, now since I'm moving them together, the first part goes in exactly where I want it to. And with this trick, you can take as many parts as you want. Just merge them all into one spot. Now to get your last piece in here, you can just duplicate it. And then just delete your duplicated part. Now you've got everything in there that you want. For pieces that have snapping points on multiple sides, it's an easy way to be able to move them into a single space. Another trick that you can use, which I use often and in this build, say for example, these engines. The ship only has room that I can cleanly put 4 of them on here, but I need 6 of them to be able to get their full power and maneuverability. Now I need to move this into the exact same spot, but the snapping points are already taken, and there's not side snapping points that I can use to merge into it. Now you can use another trick. For whatever reason, if you have a part that has many pieces connected to it, and you have a part that's just by itself, if it's close to it, you can even have some distance away from it, but it can be easier if it's close. You do select all and hit OK, so you move the structure at once, and when you move the entire structure, all of a sudden every snapping point becomes valid again. And now I was able to snap that engine in the exact same spot as the other one without causing any problems. Wow, this is good for really getting any part to snap into place where the snapping point is already taken up on whatever side of the ship. It's good for being able to put multiple engines on a ship but only have the appearance of a smaller amount. And I find it really handy for landing gear. Now the landing gear have different thrust values. Some of the ones you may like aesthetically for the ship may be weaker than the other ones, and it says your ship doesn't have enough landing gear. But with this, you can duplicate and then snap the landing gear right into the same spot so that you can add more onto your ship to get the right takeoff lift without having to, sacrifice and switch to a different style landing gear that doesn't suit the ship, or by even having to modify the design to be able to try to fit room for landing gear when it doesn't really work or fit there. Alright, the other tip I wanted to show you is how to use the Gillibrand Special Hab snapping points. And I've got an example here I want to show you. Now you can see here, to place this part, I had 2 of them here in place. Now for this part of the ship, I wanted to place these Hope Tech caps to fill in this gap here, but in the regular snapping point you can see it's far enough back that it leaves a big gap in the front of it, which I don't like. And I would also like it to be further to the right to fill that gap in over there. Now with Gillibrand Special Hab snaps, these come in different pieces for each side of the ship, top, bottom, and side. Each one of them you can expand to different lengths. I'm going to take this 25% because I just need some snapping points forward. And this now gives me additional snapping points to move the part forward. Now to get it to go to the right, I can move this snapping piece here, and now I have a lot more spaces I can connect. Alright, by placing it there, I now have more snapping points further to the right and more forward. So now I can take this Hope Tech cap and I can place it here exactly where I want it. Instead of it being over here, I've now moved it forward and to the right the amount that I wanted. And now just to continue this on, I don't need to keep placing those Gillibrand Hab snaps for every single additional piece. I can just snap onto this one and they will be good to go. Now, in addition to being able to use the Gillibrand Hab snap to be able to move the snap points around on the surface of an object, if you use some of these special shapes that come in some of the extra part mod packs, like this is from Tiger Shipyard Overhaul, these 3 parts here, this is from Avantech, these are Avantech pieces here. What this allows you to do is now internally you can increase the height, move the position, move snap points up to the right. You can use really thin pieces to be able to just add a little bit more thickness or height or distance to the snap point to be able to get items placed where you want it. And I use that heavily in creating the shield design for this wing. And there's a lot of pieces here, and to get them to be where I wanted to, I had to use both the Gillibrand Special Hab snaps as well as a lot of spacers to get the height right. So when I pull that center section off, you can see that I used these, in this part I used these Antares Vesper wing arrays, which unfortunately is no longer available for free. He's moved them into his paid mod now. But you can use alternative pieces, which we're going to use when we build this, like the Tigtail. I just used another mod piece, a small piece, to be able to add thickness to get the right height to where I need that to be placed. And I can use these and stack them to get the exact height that I want, or placement, or use tick cubes or whatever it is. With using smaller pieces to be able to move it in the Gillibrand Special Hab snaps, you can move pieces around and almost get them exactly where you want them to be. It opens up a lot more part placements that you can use. Another tip I wanted to show you is with the ability to merge parts and with the Gillibrand Special Hab snap points, you can actually duplicate and offset items to be able to create a more continual effect of items. And you can use that for a lot of pieces to be able to create some new unique shapes, better blends, new parts by being able to duplicate and overlap some of the parts on the ships. Now, the other tip I wanted to show you, the last one, is when it comes to placing items on the ship, since we can now place things where we want it and we're allowed to overlap things, when you're building your ship, you may have equipment or components or other things that you don't want to be visible on the outside of the ship because of the way it looks. Like maybe some additional bulky fuel tanks, extra storage containers, maybe some of the electronic components like sensor jammers, maybe you don't like to look at the shield array. And when you're building your ship, when you have structural pieces, which are mainly there just to create a better shape for the ship, and these structural pieces take up a lot of room and are just hollow inside empty pieces. These are good areas to be able to put extra equipment in to be able to hide them for looks. Now I'm going to show you when I move these pieces back here. As you can see, in this empty hollow space, I've got extra cargo containers. This is where I'm hiding the fuel tanks, some of the extra equipment, shield generators. It just gives you, all of a sudden, these large, hollow, empty structural pieces now become a useful place that you can store things. And this is a realistic way to use them. In real aircraft and structure designs, when you have these large empty spaces, they will definitely take advantage of them to be able to hide fuel, components, and other things. So it's fair that we can as well. Alright, so with those building tips, that is everything that we need to be able to build this ship the way that it is, and hopefully that'll help you guys have some ideas and give you some more creativity in what you can build yourselves. Now let's move on to building the ship. Alright, so we're going to start by building the main hab section of the ship, which we'll use as our core structure to be able to add everything else onto. I've got all the parts lined up here so I can show you. Go ahead and get these parts out so that we can build it together as we go along. Alright, for the cargo modules, I'm using 2 Avantech cargo containers with this more seamless variant. For our cockpit, I'm using the Stroud Premium Edition Kontiki B700 bridge. In equipment, I'm using the TN Supplemental Tokamak X250, the reactor that adds 26 power. That'll give us all the power that we need for the ship. For the docker, I'm using the one-of-a-kind Connect Pro Extra Large. For our landing bay, we're using the lift landing bay from the mod, the taller one. And there's no mods needed for the grav drive. Just pick the big grav drive that you like. I'm using the Apollo GV300. And pick the big Class C reactor you like. I'm using the Theta Pinch E9. That combined with the supplemental reactor gives us all the power that we need. For the engines, I'm using the SPE SAL 7000 engine. We're going to be using a full 6 of them to max out our power usage. Alright, now for HABs, starting with Deimos first. Get out 2 Deimos storerooms 1x1s, 2 Deimos companionway 1x1s, a Deimos infirmary 2x1, Deimos computer core 2x1, science lab 2x1, infirmary 2x1, control station 2x1, 4 engineering bay Bs 3x1s, a Deimos battle station 2x2, engineering bay 2x2, 2 of the living quarters 2x2s, and a Deimos cargo hall 3x3. In the G-Tech Deimos, get out the garage 3x1 and the G-Tech Deimos airlock. For Stroud Premium Edition, we're going to use Andrea's room 4. Barrett's room aft. The bathroom B 4. Brig 1x1. 2 companionway 1x1s. Cora's room aft. Infirmary. Sam's room aft. Sarah's room 4. The Sentinel 300 shield generator decorative. 2 companionways 2x1s. 1 crew dormitory 2x1. 1 captain quarters 4. 2 companionway 3x1s. An all-in-one berth 3x1. Living quarters 2x2. And mess hall 2x3, no hydroponics bay version. Now for regular Stroud, we have 1 companionway 1x1. For the Altec ship living, we're using the Altec Captain Al Studies 2x1. For Graph's Nova Habs, we have a Galactic Battle Stations, 2 Galactic Living Quarters, 1 Galactic Mess Hall, and 1 Galactic Living Quarters. Alright, that'll cover all the halves we need. We're also going to need a porthole for structure and the porthole aft. So now that we have all of our parts, we can go ahead and begin to build and put them together. Go ahead and get out your place doors yourself. Go ahead and get one in each of the main directions you're going to use. And we're going to go bring that near our build area so that as we need them, we can just easily grab the one in the right direction that we need. Alright, so first we're going to start with our landing bay and our Deimos companionway 1x1. So let's grab these, take them over to our build area, and we're going to build the ship right here. Let me scoot this to the side a little bit. Alright, above the Deimos companionway 1x1, we have another companionway 1x1 with an infirmary on top. Companion bay. Infirmary. You see we have the windows on the bottom one. So we'll go ahead and grab our windows. Now to place windows on here, we do need a doorway that's just to pass through. So it provides the hole in the side of the ship. Duplicate that for the other side. Put our window there. Duplicate it, rotate it. Let's get our pass through for the back window. Now this will create a door in there automatically. We're going to go ahead and put a ladder right there. We're going to take our companionway. And then on top of it, our infirmary. These do not connect by ladder, so we don't need to put a door there. Now we're going to go ahead and get our SPE 4-story staircase. And I realize I did not mention that in there. This is the other 2 SPE parts we'll need. The 4-story staircase 4 and port. I had those off to the side. I forgot to mention them. So we're going to go ahead and take the 4 staircase, connect it just like that. Now right above there, we have our Deimos Infirmary. So let's go ahead and put our med bay there. Now let's go ahead and start fixing the doors for the stairs. Now when we use place doors yourself, we can decide in which direction do we want the doors to open. I like the doors to open outward from the stairway, so they're not going into the stairway room. The way the doors work in the direction is whichever way the door is going, you pull the door towards yourself. So to pull the doors back, we're going to use these door 4s. We're going to go ahead, put those on our elevator. Now highlight all so you can move it with the doors. Make sure we get that lined up correctly. Yep. So that creates all the doors for our stairway. Go ahead and put our infirmary on top of there. And then on the next section, we have our staircase port, followed by the brig. So let's take our staircase port. And our SPE brig. Let's go ahead and put a door going to the brig. I'm going to continue this direction of doors so they're all opening in the same direction. So after that, we have our cargo hall 2x1, SPE cargo hall 2x1. I forgot to get that one. It was underneath the ship. I'm just going to duplicate it from here. This is the SPE cargo hall 2x1. I'm going to move these out of the way so we can see this better. So right above them we have two SPE companionways 2x1s. Let's go ahead and continue the same direction with the doors using the 4 doors for connecting there. This floor will still be under the ship, but this is the floor that's going to connect to the back section. Now behind these we have our engine, our reactor, and our 2 containers. So we'll go ahead and place those. And right above it is where we have our supplemental reactor. Now there's 3 different looks to the supplemental reactors you can get. It doesn't really matter which one you do, it's whatever you prefer the most. Alright, we'll take that and place it right above. Next we're going to have our captain's quarter and our galactic living quarters. Now the reason I am building the right piece, the ship in this fashion, is to try to make it easier for you to be able to follow along. There's our captain's quarters. I think by helping you get the parts out and then building it at the same pace you are, you'll be able to just build the ship along with me, and we'll have to keep pausing every couple of seconds every time I do something. Alright, now let's go ahead and get the doors for here. We already have our door for here, but for our door going into the captain's quarters, what I'm going to do is actually change it to this jalousie. Don't know how to pronounce that, aft. And it's a smaller little sliding door instead of a big giant sealed door. So we have a smaller door between our captain's living quarters and our nice little living room here. Alright, so that takes care of that main section there. Let's go ahead and put this wing on. Now the main section for this wing is going to be the big giant Deimos cargo hold 3x3. It's gonna snap right there, and we want a door that's gonna lead into it. I'm gonna go ahead and just use the correct side door for that. Now below it we have one of our engineering bays with a storeroom on top of it. Let's get our storeroom. Just gonna go on top. This one here. And we will snap it into place just like that. Alright, right above it, we're going to have our SP crew dormitory and then a Stroud companionway. Our only Stroud companionway here. Our crew dormitory. Let's go ahead and place the door we're going to need for that. I'm going to move these closer. There it is. And then next to that, we have our Deimos living quarters with bathroom B4 and a galactic living quarters. So let's get our galactic living quarters. Our bathroom B4. And our Deimos living quarters. Alright, so let's think about how we want the doors to come in here. We're going to have a regular door leading from the hallway into this section. Our door placement for going in here, we already have these connected. We're going to put a door that's going to lead into there. Go ahead and place this here. And then our two little rooms, we're going to put doors going backwards into them. steps, make sure if you put a door on a room that you want to move, you do select all, so you can move the room with the door. Come on, select all. Alright, that gives that and all those rooms. And then we're going to go ahead and put another engineering bay on top. Now, so we're not putting it in our living room. We're going to put it here on top of this companionway. That's what this room was placed here for. Should be one back. And to top out this wing, let's go ahead and put our engines on. We're actually going to be placing 3 engines per side. We're going to have one of them hidden. So the bottom engine is going to be easy. It's just going to go match right up with those rooms. For this one, we're going to connect it just to the bottom snapping point. Make sure there's a gap in between it. We're going to use one of our building tricks to get this one to snap to it. Just get it as close as you can to it. Select all, select, and it will snap the whole section to that piece. Alright, that does it for that wing section. We're going to go ahead and build the other wing. Let's go ahead and start with the bottom. So we're going to start with the SPE mess hall. Also going to use a companionway, a galactic mess hall, and Nova living quarters. So in the back, we're going to have our mess hall, no hydroponics. We're going to go ahead and place a door right there. Correct side door. Make sure this lines up with the back of the ship. The room we're going to enter in is going to be this companionway. So we're going to need a nice doorway to go into here. Now when we're placing this door, we just moved into the small area that already has a hatch. If you want, you can actually just make this a pass along, or even one of these jalousies. For this time, I'm just going to go ahead and put a pass along. We have the mess hall and living quarters. for our doors for these rooms. Go ahead and put a door in here so you can actually close this section. But for the next room, let's go ahead and put one of these jalousies on there. No, I don't care if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Alright, that gives us our walkways into these sections. And of course, we're going to have our engine room connected to the bottom with a Deimos storeroom on top of it. Just like that. Let's go ahead and build the next floor. Let's start with the front, the large piece, SPE living quarters. So we're gonna put a regular door going into the living quarters. Now along the back, we're gonna have Sam's room and Cora's room. Cora's room. Sam's room. Place them in whatever order you want. Put normal doors on there. Gonna highlight all, move those into place. Now here we've got Barrett's room, a companionway, and Andresia's room. Go ahead and put our normal doors. So we're going to have one door here in the middle that's going to connect to our companionway. From the companionway, we'll go to Barrett's room and we'll go to Andresia's room. Now the directions on here do matter. You cannot swap these without switching the rooms from fore and aft. So, here's our door. Door for that room. Now in this middle companionway is going to be the way that we get into the engine room above it. So we will put our ladder there. We will put our last engine room. I keep raising up too many times, gotta go back down. Alright, and now we can go ahead and place our 3 engines on there. 1, 2, 3. bottom snap point, so there is room in between. Just get it close, highlight all, select, and it snaps it in place to it. Alright, so now the whole aft and midsection of the ship is complete. Now, since this bottom section already is a 3x3, we don't need to put a hab over it. But to make all these various types of habs appear as one nice flush section, same outside appearance, we're going to take a Deimos 3x3 shell. Make sure you got it over all the rooms, you don't accidentally clip it into the interior. And we're going to place a shell on the other side too, both the bottom and the top. Give us a nice outward appearance. Alright, now for the next section, actually I used the ones I had over there. For the next section, I'll go ahead and move these out of the way so we can see the interior better. Don't need these just yet. So we have an SPA companionway 3x1 going off of the elevator. Now we're going to think about our door. We don't want doors going into the elevator room, so we'll put a door going to the back. Let's go ahead and door up our, not elevator, but our staircase. I originally had elevators on the ship, but stairs were just more convenient. So in front of that, we've got our Deimos living quarter, 2x2. And above that will actually be the engineering bay. So we'll go ahead and just grab those while we're over here. Alright, so our doors, we'll put our normal directional door. These don't connect to each other, so there's no ladders needed. Alright, above that, we have our Deimos battle stations. Before that, we have a Nova Galactic battle station. So I believe that's our last Nova hab. Yep. This room's a little bit of a tight fit, but the door opening this way will work with it. But for the door coming out of here, we're also going to use an aft one to give it more space. Now this room is going to do a hallway straight connect there. So we'll put our normal door. Alright, next we're going to go ahead and do the section above here. Now these two parts I forgot to add over there to our list. So let's go ahead and get out an SPE companionway 1x1 and a control station 1x1. I'm just going to duplicate them from here. But we're going to be putting these coming off of our elevator, not our elevator, our stairs. I originally had an elevator on there. We're going to put our companionway there. We're going to continue with the aft door here. Actually, no, this is a small room, so let's not make this an aft room. Let's make this a fore room. To the control station. Now on top of this companionway is where our ladder is going to be. So we're going to go ahead and put our ladder on there. And then the next section we have a computer core and our shield generator. So our computer core and our shield generator. Is that another part I did not get? Yep, looks like I missed that forward section of parts. So this is an SPE Sentinel 300 shield generator. I'm gonna go ahead and snap that from over there. So let's think about the room. We have a small room going into a larger one, so I'm going to use an aft door. And this shield generator decorative room actually has its own animated door in it. So we just need a pass-along, passway. Alright, and then above it, we have the Deimos control station, and then our bridge. So the front of our control station is going to be where the ladder is going to go. And then the bridge is also going to go to the front of it. Now the bridge creates its own ladder automatically, so we don't need to place one there. The bridge and the landing bays create their own, so we don't need to place them. Now we do have windows on the side. So we're going to go ahead and take these and create passways, just openings, and duplicate that for the other side. And we'll go ahead and we'll put our windows on there. I'm just going to duplicate the one we have here. Go down in camera height. It for the other side. Alright, we are almost complete. Now we're going to be adding this section on, and that starts with our SPE 2-story staircase port. This is going to be doing the mirror of that side. So it's going to connect into these battle stations and this companionway. It is a staircase, so the normal starboard doors will open in the right direction. Put 2 of those there. And there should be 1 deck above this. And it should be next to galactic battle stations and this 2x2 battle stations here. The doors coming out of here, we're going to go ahead and put aft doors. Now for the bottom floor, we have our SPE all-in-one berth 3x1. Above it, we're going to have our Altec Captain Al Studies and Sarah's room. Now for Sarah's room, we're going to use the appropriate 4-door. That gives us the main part. Alright, now just for the nose, we can go ahead and attach our grav drive on the front here. go ahead and rotate that grav drive around. It's going to connect right there. And to create the lower part of the nose, we're going to start with the GTEC Deimos airlock. We are going to need a ladder to get in there. We're going to connect from this Deimos living quarters. We're going to put a ladder right here. So as soon as you enter it, there's a ladder. Go ahead and connect the airlock there. We'll do the normal facing door leaving. And then we're going to have our GTEC garage. And then we will have our Deimos infirmary and our docker. Oh, those are the two rooms I couldn't find. We'll do the correct facing. Actually, is that? No, there's plenty of room there. We can have the normal facing door. The dockers do not need a door place, they create their own doors. Alright. Now on the bottom of the garage, for two places, we have portholes. So we need to go ahead and take our ladder. We're going to go over to where it says hole. Place two holes. Add our portholes. There we go. On the back side here, we need to place our Deimos science lab underneath the battle station. There's going to be a door that's going to connect in through there. Our right facing door. Now I'm going to put it in the middle of this 3x1. All right. Now the main hab section, the main living structure of the ship is now completed. All right. Next we're going to build the front nose of the ship, which houses the primary weapon. These are all the unique parts that I saw on it, so these are the parts we're going to go ahead and get out now. Class C Matiliha Aerospace MR300 Direct Fire Magnetic, our Class C Experimental Mac System Refit. You have a lot of pieces from the ACS Deimos, ACS-D Armor Plating Type C, the Armor Plating Type C Side Panel A, Side Panel A2, Side Panel B, Side Panel B2, Armor Plating Type B2 Nose Cap, Armor Plating Type B1 Hull, Spine Type A. And that is it for the ACS Deimos. From Intrinity, we have the Intrinity Deimos Cap top mid and the cap aft top. And we're going to duplicate, flip these, and move them around as needed. From the ACS Deimos, we also need this Type C top bottom panel B, as well as armor plating Type C top and bottom. From Deimos, we just need the spine F. From Nova, we need a Nova cowling, 2 LTF, and a Nova bracer. From Hope Tech, we need the Hope Tech caps. We're going to put them around, duplicate them as we need them. We also have the Hope Tech pipes, A, mid, the aft, and fore. Duplicate, rotate those. From CHI, using the Model 3 Deimos hull, the 3 Deimos belly aft, the Model 3 Deimos long wing, the Model 3 Deimos long wing D, the shorter variant of it, and the spine A. Go ahead and get these parts out, have them on hand, easy to duplicate, and this will allow us to go ahead and build the nose, as well as go ahead and get out your Gillibrand special hab snaps, one for each one of the directions. And once your parts are out, we can go ahead and start the build. We'll start by going ahead and we'll get the hard part out of the way first. We'll go ahead and start building the upper nose part. Now from our existing structure here, we've got our decorative shield generator. We're going to go ahead and attach a Stroud mid bracer in front of it. And then we're going to start duplicating these Nova bracers. Continue along. Place 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We're going to build up. One more to the forward. This is going to give us our hollow structure, which will allow all the parts to connect, and we're going to place our gun inside there. I'm going to go ahead and move the gun out of the way for now. Alright, so this will give us our basic shape for the nose. Now continuing back to the hull, we're going to have 2 of these Deimos 3 hulls. Get a little bit closer. We're going to have a Deimos 3 belly. We're going to use 2, one on each side. Before we place that, we're going to go ahead and take our Hope Tech cap. Yeah, we're going to need a Gillibrand spacer to make that happy. Go. Got one here. Duplicate and flip that so they're merging over each other. And we're going to go ahead and take our Nova cowling. Before we place that there, going to go ahead and continue. We'll duplicate this. Duplicate this one forward. We can now put our Nova cowling right there. We can also place our Deimos belly aft here. And you can duplicate this, flip it. Place it right there, and that will give us our bridge design for right there. Alright, to continue on to the build, we're going to go ahead and put this top section here, as well as these hopetep pipes. Let's go ahead and move these out of the way. We're going to go ahead and get our hopetep pipes. We're going to have our 4 of the end cap one and the mid pipes. Go ahead, create 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Go ahead and put the other cap at the end of it. Now, in order to get this to be at this kind of off height, I'm going to move this so I can show you how we accomplish that. We were able to place that, taking a brand hab snap 100%, and then we're using this ASC spine type A to give us a half height in this off position here. We can move this to make it easier to get into spot. This ACS spine here gives us a half point to connect to. It should allow these. Yep. It allows the whole hopetep pipes to be able to connect across here. Now let's just move these back into place for visual reference. That's what it's going to look like for there. Okay, now note that the pipes should end right here at this Deimos hull in this belly. Now to be able to put the roof on there, we're going to take 3 of these ACS Deimos armor plates. Duplicate them. That gives us our roof for the gun. Now for the top end cap. Got 2 of these ACS spine types. Got them flipped over so the flat side is up. We have this ACS armor plating and then this Deimos cap. Piece will snap on there, and we take this and just have it finish at the end right there. And that does it for the top. Alright, I'm back on another day to continue the build of the upper nose. The easiest next step for the build is going to be to actually put on the armor plating on the other side of the nose. So go ahead and grab an ACS armor plating type C, side panel 2. We're going to put that right there. It's even with that. The SPE control station should not be covered up. Then we have one of these large slanted side panel B2s. One right there. Duplicate it, put another one right next to it. And we need one of the half-wide Type C side panel Bs. Gonna go next. And we need a behind here we have this ACS Type C side riser. You can see it is the one that slopes out. We've got the one that is the opposite version of it. We have another one of these large panels, and then we have one of these little small panels. Make sure you get the right slope on it. So in order to get these panels here at the end, we need to place a couple of Gillibrand hab snaps. You can see here we've got 3 100% hab snaps. We'll start right here next to this half plate and continue on until the end. Alright, so for this one, this is not going to go all the way to the bottom. There should be a gap here. We're going to duplicate one of these plates, put it over top. We're going to put this one on the top here. And this one's going to go and be the same height as this one. That gives us kind of like this tooth-nosed effect. Okay, we're going to continue building on the nose. The next step we're going to do is go ahead and duplicate another one of these Nova bracers. So they go towards the end here. And we need to take a couple of Gillibrand hab snaps. Go ahead and take the top and bottom 25% one, and we're going to go ahead and place it there right at the end of it, the edge towards the nose at the top. And then we need another Gillibrand, another 25%. I'm going to take this one and we're going to place it right there in the center for this bottom Nova bracer that we just added. So the first part that we're going to add onto it is going to be the end of the gun barrel. And for that we need a Deimos spine F4. And from CHI we're using these Model 3 Deimos spine A's. This is what they look like turned normally. What we're going to do is flip it upside down, snap it to the bottom, this one here, and duplicate, flip this, so this is the shape we have. This is going to be like the end nose support for the gun barrel. Highlight all. We're going to take this and get this centered up. We're going to connect it to the edge here. And we need it to be a little bit higher than normal. I'm going to go ahead and just click it into place here. To make this adjustment easier, you can pull this piece out. There we go. So what we did is we got this to be a little bit offset higher than this piece, so that this is clipping into this one a little bit. Go ahead and highlight all. I'm gonna go move this back into place. Use the corners to make sure that they are lined up. And it's going to be our gun barrel place. Move these out of the way. Now we're going to go ahead and add this end piece here. This is a CHI Deimos Long Wing A. This is another one of the rotating pieces. I'm going to take this. It's going to go right in the end. And it's going to clip in to that Gillibrand snap so that when we put it in there, it's sticking out just a little bit towards the end. Alright, now we're going to take 2 of these armor plating type B1s. We can flip up and down. We're going to take the first one. Now what we need to do is get them in between these 2 spots here, and it's going to snap to a Gillibrand snap on the other side. Just like that. We're going to take our bottom one. We need to be right underneath this one. Go up and down a little bit to get it to go into the right spot. This particular piece, I like it since it's solid black, but it has a tendency to not want to click into place because the top part is a little bit bigger. What we're going to do is we're going to add another Gillibrand snapping point here. It's going to make it want to go into place better. That's the easiest way to get these 2 to connect. Now we move them in place to where they are lined up here, and they're halfway in between. That way it gives us this recessed area when looking into the end of the barrel. Alright, next we're going to build the bottom part of the upper nose. We need a couple of these ACS Deimos armor plating type C, top bottom. We flip up and down. We're going to use the bottom one. Put one right here. Duplicate second. We're going to duplicate to a third. We need to do is take it back 1 step so that the end of it is ending even with this one. That should be able to get it to snap in there. Help these pieces lock in better. I'm gonna go ahead and add that hab snap right there so these 2 want to lock in and connect to each other without any issues. I love and I hate this block at the same time. Alright, so now we've got the bottom of it. Now we're going to go ahead and install the main cannon on the ship. That magnetic accelerator cannon. The way that's going to mount in there is we're going to have a weapon mounting plate in here, and it's going to attach with a Gillibrand hab snap on the bottom, and then our CHI Model 3 flat plate is going to connect to it. get our Gillibrand ham snap 50% bottom, 50 wide, and that is going to connect right offset of the second structure group. So here's the second, starting from here, 1, 2. Let's get it in the center and to the right. Now we're going to take this CHI flat plate. You're going to turn it so that the square side is facing up. And the bottom should be a circle. We're now going to take that and we're going to clip it to that right side snap point from our Gillibrand ham snap. That should give us the right position. When we go to mount this cannon, take our Class C Ateliers Aerospace MR3 direct fire that we have modified to be the Mac Giant railgun through my mod. Virginia Legacy Shipyards Atelier weapon refits. That should snap into place on here, and we can tell it's in the right spot because the barrel is going to be coming out right at the end there, just like that. And voila, we have installed our giant rail cannon into our ship. Now let's go ahead and just snap on the armor plating on the other side, and the upper part of the ship will be done. Just like the other side, we're going to place 3 of these Gillibrand ham snaps 100% wide on the last 3. It's going to be on the top deck on the upper 3. Armor plane's going to be just like the other side. One of these little slope guys, small plate, big one. You can actually just take the armor plating from this side. Oops. Just duplicate it, bring it to the other side, and then just flip it and place it. We need to make sure our heights are correct. This one goes underneath that plate, so we get that tooth appearance right there. It's sticking out. There we go. The upper part of the nose is complete. Now we're going to go ahead and get the bottom part of the nose complete. Alright, let's start building the bottom of the nose. We're going to start by adding the armor plating on the starboard side of the ship. We need one of these little tiny panels, side panel A, side panel, the longer one, A2, another longer A2, side panel A1, this Type C side riser, side panel A, and side panel riser. In order to get our last armor plating in place, we will need a Gillibrand 100% ham snap at the end here, so we can attach the armor plating over our docker. So starting from the end, attach that plate there. Smaller one, opposite curved one. This one underneath here. So this is what we have on the bottom. Now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So let's take a 100% wide Gillibrand spot, stick it right there. Let's just grab the armor from this side. Let's just duplicate it and flip it. This direction we're probably going to hit 3 times. Just flip 3 times. Alright, now we're going to put the armor plating on the bottom of the nose. We're going to need 2 of these Gillibrand hab snaps. In order for this to work. So the first one, we're going to take a 100% wide, and it's going to go here towards the end of it so that we can get a bottom hab snap underneath here. The second one, we're going to take a small one. Let's do the 50%, and we're going to place it at the end of our Deimos garage here. Alright, for the armor pieces on the bottom, there's a couple of pieces that we're going to get. Alright, we have our ACS Deimos plating type C, top bottom. 2 of these ACS Deimos spine type A's. These flip up and down. We're going to have the flat side at the bottom. Our Trinity Deimos cap top mid. Trinity Deimos cap top aft. And 1 of these bottom type C armor platings. Right, first we're going to take this piece and snap that towards the end. Then we're going to take our 2 spine pieces. I'm just going to duplicate that one. Just put those inside to fill our armor plating. To get a flusher end, I'm going to take this Trinity cap. We're going to place this here. Just like that. It gives us a nice flat flush end. This cap is just going to go into the end of that section here. And our armor plating, what we want to do is, this here is the elevator for the car, and this is the elevator. We don't want to cover the elevator. So we're going to put the armor plating on and move it to the right a little bit so that it's halfway in here, so that it's not covering up our garage. Alright, so we now have the bottom and side armor platings. We're going to go ahead and just create that center area, and then we will be done. Alright, for the top part of this bottom nose, we need an ACS Deimos type B2 nose cap C and the type B1 hull. Another one will just flip in the opposite direction. We're going to use 3 of these armor platings, 3 of these Trinity caps. And from CHI, we're using a couple of these Model 3 Deimos wings. These are the ones that rotate. What we're going to do is take 2 of them, flip them, and merge them together. We're going to use 2 pairs of those, so just make another copy. First, let's go ahead and put our armor plating on. We're going to go ahead and just put 3 armor platings on here. need to take a Hildebrand 50% hab snap. We're going to place this right on top of this existing snap point here. The reason why we're doing that is we're going to take these. These are going to snap in here. To that point, so that the two of them make this shape here. And they should be lined up with those teeth. Just like that. We're going to take this plate here, and we're going to slide it just like that. Take this one here with the white part down. I think it's actually going to be easier. We have it flipped, connect it outside of here, and it'll be easier to put them in here together. Alright, and that is what we should get. We're going to take our last piece. Now, it's not going to connect right to the edge. This is it here. We're going to have it merge in slightly. Just like that. Slightly overlapping this piece here. Now these three we're going to start at the end. We're just going to add 3 of them. And this last one will flip in a little bit. And now the inner part is done. So congratulations. You've now finished the nose of the ship. We have left the 2 side wings and then the rear armor plated section. If you come this far already, you're already doing a good job. Remember, you can build this in sections. All you need to do is add a fuel tank to the ship and you can just save it as it is and then come back later. When we come back, we'll go ahead and build the side wings. Alright, back another day and another section to complete on the ship. Today we're going to go over how to build these left and right wing sections that have the cannons on them, the maneuvering jets, and the braking engines. It's also a good place for us to be able to store our fuel and some cargo. Alright, so first let's go over the parts that we're going to need. For cargo, go ahead and get one of these ballast 400 cm cargo holds, or whatever you'd like. You guys can balance out the cargo for the maneuverability you like. We'll need some equipment plates. We're going to use this space to hide some of our equipment. I've got a gravity buffer in there, which allows us to be able to land without landing gear. The buoyant insulators, which is not a mod, this is just from the new expansion, reduces the mass of the ship. We're going to put some of these Atlas H300 H3E tanks in there. We're going to have 2, so we have 800 fuel. That's more than enough for me. My character's leveled up. If you need more fuel, you can add a little bit more yourself. This is where we're going to hide our shield generator. I'm using this SG-1800. For weapons, we are going to have a total of 8 of the Class C Matilda Haas Aerospace UGC 300 Starboard Destroyer. These are the ones from the Virginia Legacy Shipyard refit. You can see in the description it says refit, and they should use 1 power max so that we can get 8 of them onto the ship. Alright, main structure pieces that we are going to need. We're going to use some of these Deimos braking engines. We have some Nova thruster arrays. Here is the CHI Model 3 Deimos hull. Got the ASCD armor plating type B1 hull. Going to use this ASC armor plating type B1 Delta bracer. I have a couple of Stroud mid bracers. We're going to use a Nova bracer. We of course are going to use a lot of Gillibrand special hab snaps. We have this ASCD armor plating type B1. We're going to duplicate a couple of those. Now in my particular build, I had forgot I even used this. This is the Chaldee from the Falkland mod series. This mod you do have to pay for, so it's another paid one. I'm going to see if we can find some sort of alternative that maybe you guys can use that don't have Falkland, but it's a great ship mod. I recommend getting it anyways. We're going to use some of these Metilias Aerospace heavy armor plate. These rotate in different directions, so just find the armor plate looks like that. Rotate it into the right direction. We have Deimos cowling, top and port. Now it's the Better Flips mod. It allows us to have these in multiple directions. We're going to have some of these TIG equipment brackets from Tiger's Shipyard. We've already gone over that. I'm going to go ahead and go to the other side to show you more easily. We have a Hope Tech Cap A. This is just more Hope Tech caps. We're using some of these Deimos Spine E's and G's. They're tall. They look like the shorter ones, but they're tall. They're actually going through here. We're going to use the Nova cowling, and this is the other version of the cowling that stretches out. Again, we'll need the Better Flips to be able to use the version from the top and bottom. And we're using another Infinity Deimos cap, top mid, to plug in that back section. We do have some of these ASCD armor plating type B1s. More of these, we've already shown those. Going around. We're also going to finish off this little armored section here. So we'll need an ASCD armor plating type C. It's this bracket. Flip up and down. We're going to use some of these spine type A's. Another one of these Infinity Deimos cap aft top. And we have another one on this side as well as this big old armor plate. So that should be all the parts that I can see. Go ahead and get those out and get those ready so we can go ahead and get into the build. Okay, first thing to explain what we're going to do. I'll show you here in the back, it's more visible. In order to build this particular wing section, this part here is offset from the hull. So we have this part that's offset from the hull. This would be a normal width piece here. We have a piece that's in the in-between phases here. And it's also, we have these pieces in the in-between height. This offset allows us to get this kind of tapered shape in each direction without it being too large. Just makes it a little bit of work to have to get it to connect to the normal halves. So you can see I've got 1, 2, 3 going up next to a 1, 2 hab space. So we have to use some stuff at the top to fill it in, and make it mesh. But I think the final result came out really nice. Just a little bit of work to get it on here. Alright, I'm going to build both sides at the same time. It may be easier to do that because you may forget how to do it on the other side. So the first thing we're going to do to build it is we need a Nova bracer, and we're going to need a Gillibrand special hab 100%. And what you're going to do is you're going to stick that there on the front of both sides. Just duplicate it. This is what's going to set up our in-between for both of them. And I forgot to add this little room here. Let me do that. It's going to allow that to clip onto it. So take these Nova bracers and you're going to clip it right into the Gillibrand hab snap that's in between both of them. Alright, now that that's in place, we'll move these so we can see the spacer. We need a Gillibrand special hab snap 33%. It's going to go right in the middle of both. Let's do the inner piece first. We're going to take two Stroud mid bracers and we're going to connect the center right like that. So we got that little overlap. Just duplicate that. Let's do it on the other side. You can see there's the center and then there's the 33% wide. We're going right there. Now right next to it, we've got this ASCT armor bracket. We're going to take that. It's going to be the same thing. It's not going to be centered with the Nova. It's a step off. Alright. Now at the end here, we need to place another Gillibrand. It's going to be a 75% hab snap. Actually a 100% hab snap. We're going to get two of those right at the ends. Let's move this out of the way. 100%. So what we're going to do is we're going to place these spine type A's. These flip up and down. I'm going to have this side down. I'm going to go ahead and we need to fill in these empty spaces here. That is allows us to do is we're going to connect three different pieces here at the end. So first, we've got two of these CHI Damos 3 model hulls, and these are going to connect top and bottom snap point of that Gillibrand place that we just put. They should be lined up with our Stroud bracers right there, and they should be a half height off of both of them. Go ahead and just duplicate that, add those to the other side. See, they want to be a little bit finicky. Just trying to do them one at a time. There we go. Alright, now what we're going to do is in between these, we're going to put one of these hull platings. It's going to go right there in between. Give us a nice clean piece and move these out of the way. Then at the end, we just have 2 Deimos braking engines. I'm just going to snap in, duplicate them. Now in the diagram for the original ship, these pieces here on the hull was where they have their maneuvering thrust. So we're actually going to go ahead and put our maneuvering thrust there since we need some on the front. They're just going to go into those existing snap points there. Just placing them here on the outside. Come back here. Alright. Now we got the front of these complete. It's coming along nice. Alright, put the armor plating on the top. We're going to take one of these ASC armor plating type B1s. This is just going to line and snap. It's the same shape as this right here. Now we're going to duplicate these. So we need some of these Kilobrand 50%ers. So we're going to take this, and the edge of it is going to connect into the snap point on here. That way it gives us more snap points in so we can duplicate it. Now we need to go ahead and put the same thing on the bottom. Duplicate that same way. All right. Here's where we're going to put our Falkland Chaldee top. It should be lining up with the rest of these and merging into these pieces. It's easier to see it if you turn the camera back behind it this way. There we go. To help even that out, we're going to take this, just duplicate it, and just click one right next to it. It helps smooth that out. Gives it a more balanced appearance. if you don't have the Falkland D mod, this is the shape that we're left with, trying to balance out. And there's another shape just like this. You can actually, if you want, you can just make it a third one. You can also just take another one of these. Take that one, and then options. Alright, so this would be your free replacement option. The CHI Model 3 Deimos belly. We'll extend another one of these Model 3 hulls down towards it. Place another one of these here. Alternatively, that's another option as well. Just extend these down towards the end. Give you a slightly different shape, but this one keeps the lines for that, so it looks nice. So there you go. You could go this method. You could go this one. Or you could go this method. And then you can blend these. These lines, you can change the color of them. So they don't stick out as much. They'll just blend in nicer. So there you go. A couple of alternative ways that you can go to make that without needing the Falkland mod. That's the only piece from the Falkland mod that we use. I'll go ahead and just leave that on there. Alright, let's continue on. So next, we're going to go ahead and grab two piece types. This ASC armor plating type B1 cowling, and then this armor plating type B1 hull. Looks nice, but it's tricky to get into place sometimes. We're going to start with the bottom. So start by snapping this to this piece here. Matches up with the shape of it. So go ahead and get one in place. And we're just going to go down. And this we're going to put on top. Just duplicate this down. top. Get this to snap into this piece here, and not that one. Snap into here, and then we're going to go down. Until we're going to get our outer edge. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Snap it into snap it right into there. Make sure it snaps into this piece, not on the bottom. All right, that gives us our side wings. Alright, now one of the things we're going to do to help bridge this gap here in the back, we're going to take a couple of these Deimos cowling in both directions. What it's going to do is going to snap into just the side of the hab. We have one flipped upside down. And a snap there. Same thing on the other side. And to help fill in this gap in this back place, I'm going to take some of these Ateliers Aerospace Heavy Armor Plating 4. I want you to see there's two different sides on this thing, and it's got two different textures on it. One side has these like textured bands on it. The other side is more of a, I'm going to do a light color so you can see what it looks like. This is the side that we're going to use. Now I made it darker color to blend in with the hull better. Just going to snap onto the back of the hull here. And snap right next to it there. Alright, wings are coming along pretty quickly. They are almost done. Alright, we're going to go ahead and put the top cap on it. So for that, I'm going to grab this Hope Tech cap. We use some of the other just duplicate 4 sections. We need a Deimos spine. And then some of these Deimos spine G's. And then at the end, we're going to have this Trinity Deimos cap. In order to fill the gap, we're going to need 2 Gillibrand snaps. We need a 25% and a 50. First, we're going to put our 25% right there, a little bit forward. You can see this is the snap point, it's a little bit down. And then our 50% is going to go right here. So the left side of this snap is connecting to the bottom snap of this one. The reason we did that is that's going to allow this cap to go into place right here. Now let's go ahead and duplicate these on our other spots. 25% a little bit down, and then a 50% off to the side that snaps to the first one's bottom. To go below, you can actually just duplicate it and then just go down through the ship. Just make sure it goes in the right spot. So we move this into spot. Should be a little bit. So this left side, I mean the right side should match up with this. And the edge is going to go just beyond the edge of this, so it overhangs just a little bit. I'll take this and duplicate it. Switch it to the next structure type, like this, and just go down. And at the end, we're going to cap it off with this Trinity cap, and we need a 50% wide off to the side at the end in order to get this in the right spot. And the reason we need that is we go here to the end. It stops here at this gap, and if we duplicate this and have it clipping into each other, there's too much texture fighting, gets too glitchy looking. So, oops, we're going to take this, and it's going to end like that. Now these pieces here, go all the way to the end. And it should be right in the middle of this. Now this should be able to just clip onto the back of that. Duplicate it. And then we're going to duplicate this and flip it. And that'll complete that piece there. Now for this, let's just duplicate it. Bring it over. Voila. Now we're going to do the same thing on the bottom. That is actually a separate piece. The better flips, there's actually a bottom version. You can't take the top one and flip it over, it's its own thing. You should go just beyond the edge of the hab here. This edge should line up with the edge here. I'm gonna take that. Let's put it on this side. It's a little harder working on the bottom. It's a little bit dark down here. Alright, I'll take it. I'm gonna flip to the next section type. Let's go ahead and get 3 of them in place. And we need to add our 50% hab snap from the top. Now we can take this to almost the end. We're gonna grab our Trinity piece from here. Actually, probably just duplicate both of these and just take them straight down. Let's flip this. Flip this. Let's turn it around. Right in the center, from edge to edge. Now this part is all done. Now we need to take, we're going to install this. So this is the Nova cowling, and it's got the different variants of it. So we've only got 3 total. Put our armored plating there. This will snap to that. There we go. Take this, flip it. I've already got the armor plating over here on this side. The second one. Let's install the armor plating first, because this will snap to the other one. We don't need to do the same thing on the bottom. This part of the bottom of the hull has a slightly different design. Now we're going to install the weapons. To install the weapons, we need a TIG equipment bracket. Turret's going to go in the, counting from the first section, the first and third section. In order to place this, we will need a Gillibrand hab snap. We are using the 50%ers. Alright, we need to get these Gillibrand 50% hab snaps, and they are going to attach. You can see the normal snap point there. We're going to attach these so that its bottom snap point is going into the normal snap point here. So we have 2 degrees more of up and down motion we can get. Now go ahead and take equipment bracket port with the turret on it. And we're gonna get it centered, go towards it, and this is where it should connect. It'll connect at the top of the Gillibrand bracket we just put on there. It should look just like that. And that's how we install the turrets. We're going to do the same thing on all sides. Let's go ahead and we'll do these all together. We need one here, one here, one there, one there. Flip the turret, flip the bracket. Doesn't want to go quite in. This one's at the right height. I'm going to duplicate it. There we go. Since this one's at the right height, let's just duplicate it. Make sure these snap into the right spot. turrets are installed, and our wing sections are completed. That's it for the structural part of it. There's still another step that we need to do. We're going to add the bottom plating on there, and I'm going to show you guys where we're going to hide some of these components. Now what we're going to do, go ahead and we're going to take our cargo. We're going to duplicate. We're going to use 2 of them. We're going to put 2 more on the other side as well. We're going to put a Atlas H-30 HE tank on both sides. And we're going to use this area to hide some of our pieces of equipment. Okay, first we're going to put our cargo holds in and our fuel tanks. Go ahead and take away that main section there. As you can see, it leaves us with this empty hollow space here that we can now use to whatever we want. Stick a cargo hold there. Stick a cargo hold there. We'll stick a fuel container. Right there. Actually, while we have these, we can just put them on the top. I put them a different spot, but it doesn't really matter. I'm putting an equipment plate on here so we can put our gravity buffer. That'll go nice right there. Equipment place. Put our buoyant insulator. Also going to put our primary shield generator right there. There we go. This is the equipment we're going to go ahead and place on the other side. Now on my ship, some equipment for the other side. I've got a multi-frequency jammer. And our Tiger Shipyard Class C Assurance Shield Booster for our double shield strength. Like to be symmetrical, even though you can't see it. Now this is part of the Tiger Shipyards, which allows us to have pretty much double shield strength. And this is the multi-frequency jammer. This one I believe is from ACS Deimos or whatever signal jammer you want to place in there. Right now you can ignore the cargo and shield specifications that's showing on my screen for my ship because it's showing it for both of them together. That was not front piece. Yeah, we got to get them to snap to the front here. There we go. Alright, now we're going to put this bottom armor plating piece on. We have this in Trinity Deimos cap for bottom, ACS armor plating type C bottom, 2 of these spines, and in Trinity Deimos cap top. We have an Trinity Deimos cap mid. We have 2 armor platings. And we have 1 Kilobrand special hab snap. Okay, so first take your armor plating. We're going to stick it to the bottom of the ship there. Go ahead and duplicate that off center. Then we're going to take this armor plating piece. We're going to stick it on the right side of the section. On the front, we're going to put this cap. And then to fill in the spaces, alright, one last thing that we need to do for the end here is we need to take this mid cap, we need to place it in between these 2 pieces. We need it in between the 2 pieces so that this cap here doesn't stick out its full length. Just like that, and that's what's going to look like on the final design of the ship. Hello everyone. Today we're going to be building the armor plating that goes over top of the rear engines. On this side I've got it so you can see what the final product will look like. And on the other side here, I've pulled the armor plating back so you can see how we were able to accomplish this layering effect using different items as spacers and lots of Gillibrand hab snaps to be able to get the items at the right position and then height we need to make this layered armor effect. Alright, now the parts you're going to need for this, these are all going to be pretty much structure pieces. Let's go ahead and start with the armor plating. Out of the ACS Deimos category, you're going to need about every shape of armor plating that they have. So go ahead and just get one of just about every piece out that they have and put it to the side. Now under CHI, we're going to use these Model 3 White Dwarf engines. These are decorational engines because we're already at full power with with our 6 SPE style engines that we have. We're going to need some of these Deimos Hull A's. We're going to use the CHA Model 3 Deimos Belly, ACS armor plating type B1, the square one, armor plating type B2, nose cap. We're using some of these Deimos Skeg A's, and these can be flipped around. This is a CHI Model 3 Deimos wing that we are going to flip. We have the ASC spine connector, the CHI Model 3 Deimos long wing E. That's the same one right there. We're going to use some of these Stroud braking engines. We're using a lot of these CHI Deimos wings rotated around in different direction. Here we have the Deimos long wing B, the Deimos long wing A. We've got it rotated aft. For spacers, this is one of the initial spacers that I used, the Antares Vesper wing. This is no longer available in the free Antares pack, so I'm going to try to find an alternate we can use. That's the only thing from Antares that I used. If you do have the new Antares Supra, there is something that you can use from that as well. We're using these TIG cubes from Tiger Shipyard, and of course a lot of these Gillibrand Hab snaps. And I'm doing a double check. I think that's it as far as parts go. We're going to use this Deimos armor plating type C, top bottom, the 2 wide and the 1 wide version. Okay, and that is mainly it. I have another ASC spine connector there. We already have one up top. So it's just mainly going to be a whole bunch of these armor plates getting put on there at the right angle. So to try to start with the easiest task first, let's go ahead and we're going to get the shape. Alright, so first we're going to take an ASC the spine connector. These are going to get placed in this gap in between these 2 sections here. These are where our engines are going to be mounted. Now in the CHI category, these are the decorational white dwarfs that rotate around. Rotate this one to the side. That didn't see the snap point there. And we're just going to do the same thing on the other side. Alright, that gives us our engines to work with. Now we're going to go ahead and start building the structure on top of the top wing. So we're going to use these Deimos Hull A's. We're going to have 3 of them right across the top. Builds out the top of the engine section. We're going to have some of these Stroud braking engines. Connect right to the front. All right, now at the end our top section and the bottom, we're going to have one of these ASC armor platings and this nose cap. But if you notice, they're merged within each other. So, in order to be able to do that, move this out of the way. Button. We need to place a Gillibrand 50% hab snap. Place it so we can move it easier. Sometimes it wants to move easier once it's been placed, and look from that angle, it's off. Alright, so now we're going to place these. Go ahead and place this right there. And then this is going to be just one step in. And it should be the same thing for the bottom. Move these wings out of the way. We've got a Gillibrand hab snap. Got 100% right in the middle instead of 50% at the edge. So we'll just put 100% right there. 100% right there. Let's take this, flip it. This, flip it. Go. Basic structure is coming along. Now we're going to place the CHI Model 3 belly. It's been rotated around. It's going to go right on top. Make sure it's clicking into places I can move it. Make sure it's snapping to this and not to that piece there, or I don't want to push it up a little bit too high. So now we're getting the basic structure down, and on the top here we're going to have this ASC spine connector. Place one on both sides. Now to get the shape that we have on top of here. Got these three pieces there. You can see this one is merged into the top of it. It's not placed on the top. So we're going to take this. We're going to place this on the front first. As you can see, it sticks up just a little bit above which you want. And we're going to take this top piece and it's going to snap into it so that it's snapped into this piece and it's flush with it. then on the back side, I'm just going to snap this piece in here. And the reason why we don't make it higher is because it would stick out from behind the armor plating and throw off the side profile. So we don't want it to be as high. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and place the inner armor plating in. We just have two of these long pieces here. Alright, because our design on our bottom is different and we need this double wing support here, we need an additional Gillibrand hab snap, a 50%, which is going to go at the end of the 100%. So we're going to take a 50%, we're going to move these two blocks out of the way. There's our 100%. We're going to put this 50% at the end. Both sides, that'll help support the dual wings, and then we can just move these pieces back into place. The height of this part is good. We're going to go ahead and stick on our armor plating cap. It's going to go here on the top. So the two size ones, both of these here, we're going to place these on all sides of it. We're going to take this, just lift it up. Put these two right there. And then these three, snap them back in place so that they're the same height and snap with that front piece there. We'll do that for the other side as well. Alright, put that right there. Put this one right here. Go ahead and just get those in place there. And then we'll go ahead and add the armor plating on there. Two of these long pieces. And then we have an angled shorter piece right above it. Duplicate it. Now we're going to go ahead and start building out the armor support structure on the bottom. We have this Intrinity Deimos Cap 4. It's going to go at the end of it. And what we're going to do to make it flush, rotate that piece so that the flat side is on the bottom. And we can stick that there more easily. It's the annoying thing of this piece. Alright, so when I built it, I had this piece, it was actually attached and supported by the wing units. But to make it easier for building, and so we can go ahead and get it now for our structure, we're going to get it in place with 2 Gillibrand 50% hab snaps. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and move this Intrinity cap. We're going to place one 50% here, and then one just right above it, so that it can snap in right there in between them. Now go ahead and take our ACS spine connector. And it's going to attach into snap point should be even with our top one, not our bottom. Now I'm just going to take this, just duplicate it, and just click that in to the end of it, so we've got 2 of them. Okay, put that one there. And we can move our caps back. Now on the other end of this, we have a Deimos CHI. It's this Model 3 spine E, and we flipped it upside down. And it is going to just snap into the end of it. Just duplicate it. Just place it there. Alright, now we're going to go ahead and build kind of like this vertical wing section that's going to go here at the end. So for the outer one, using this CHI Model 3 Deimos long wing, we've got 2 of them on top of each other. So let's take one here, just rotate it around, move it up and down so it snaps into place. We have this piece here that will snap onto the front. Alright, and then behind it, we've got two of these CHI 3 Deimos long wing E's, these little guys. This is just going to clip in the end, duplicate, flip, put there. So this is our first one. It's going to get it lined. I'm going to get it lined up to get a better camera angle. Now we need one for both sides. So let's duplicate it. We'll have one for this side. Alright, to get these wing pieces in here, it's going to be a little bit tricky. The easiest way to do it is going to be to go ahead and just move these pieces out of the way, as well as this front piece here. We're going to take our 50% hab snap. What we need to do is take our Deimos 3 long wings, and we need the center of these to clip in here. Here's where it gets tricky. Select all of this, and when you move them together, it wants to clip in there easier. I'll just select all for this. We're just going to take it and put it back in place. Like that. This 50% hab snap should be clipping in right there. And that's the angle that they should come out. Alright, to get these pieces to clip in, we're going to put them on one piece at a time, so they want to snap to each other and not the other structures. See, they should be snapping along here. Nice continual line, and it will be merging into this piece. And once you have that in place, you can go ahead and move these back. And this is where it should be in place. This should be flush with the large pieces above it. It should be flush with this piece on the right. And we can just move these pieces over. There we go. I'll just do the same thing for the other side. Move you out of the way. Move you 3 pieces out of the way. Let's take our 50%. Alright, underneath the engine cowl here, let's grab our 50% hab snap. Take our piece here. next to it, select all, and it wants to just magnetically go into place. Select all. Should be just like that. Now we can move our pieces back into place. Actually, those two we're not going to move in yet. We can go ahead and move this piece back into place. Goes underneath the engine. I'm going to clip it at the right height. Now I'm going to take it and move it back. Alright, let's get this front piece built. Alright, that piece is in. That side is in. Now we can get our pieces back in place. Sometimes clicking it into place at the right height makes it easier than to move it either side to side or forward to backwards. Okay, both sides are now done. Alright, now we're going to continue to build the shield armor on by putting the structure underneath it. It needs to support it. Now, when I originally created this, I was using the free mod Antares, one of his free versions, which is now removed, so these parts aren't available unless you have his paid mod, Antares Supra. To work around that, for those who don't have the Antares mod, in Tiger's Shipyard, there's a free piece. There's this TIG tail. It's a little larger and more unwieldy. It's the same weight though. It does have a little more armor plating. It's about identical. Two of them is not quite as thick, but it's close. I think it's close enough to get the effect, the armored effect. So we're going to use this TIG tail. We're going to be using TIG cubes, and we're going to be using a lot of Gillibrand Hab snaps, as well as like every single flavor of armor plating. So first, we're going to start and make sure our alignment is correct. So here, this bottom structure here, this structure should end close to where this part ends, but right where these two sections end here. So let's go and make sure that our structure matches up. Right here, the structure, we've got it. It matches up. If it doesn't, go ahead and grab just these three pieces, because they may be right here. Just slide it over so that it matches up right there. And let's check this side. This side doesn't quite line up correctly. So we're going to take these three pieces, Just bump it over a hair. Alright, now we've got our structure lined up. We may do some fine-tuning and tweaking as we go along. We're going to use this as a standout piece, and we use this white piece here as a standout example to see where we're going to be placing these items. So our structure here, we need to place some Gillibrand hab snaps. You can see we've got a row of 100%. We're going to see where those snapped on. So we can see we've got 2 existing snap points, and we're going to put 100% in between them and to the left and right of the existing snap points that we have. So here's our 2 existing snap points at the bottom. We'll put one in between them. One to the left. One to the right. Let's highlight those. Duplicate. Drag down. I'm going to do these individually to make sure they go into the right spot. Should be right there at that height. 3 below it. And this gives us support for our wings. Now to put this on the other side, these are directional in both ways, so we can just duplicate it, take it through. Remember, middle one is in between. Right like that. Now it's the area that's in between this White Nova Galactic and this SPE mess hall. This in between space is going to be our center line. Alright, now for spacers on this bottom line here, we're going to use a 1, a 2, and a 2. And these should be connecting onto these hab plates. So let's take our tigtail. We need 2 thickness. Another 2 thickness. And a 1 thickness. Now I'm going to be using this point as my center. Place that right there. That middle equipment plate is going to be our center line. Okay. So we got our first hab snaps and spacers in. On the next row above it, at the very end, we have a 100%, which snaps over to a 50%. So let's take this, the very end. There's a 100%, and then we have and that 50% snaps at the edge of the 100. Let's highlight both of them, duplicate, and then paste to the other side. So above it we have a 100, which is snapping into the top of that. So let's take our 100. It snaps at the top point. I'm going to duplicate that. get over here. There we go. The one above it actually connects an entirely different way. We haven't gotten that far yet. On the next row, we need spacers. We need a TIG cube on the Nova Galactic, a TIG cube on the right side of this 2x3. So let's go ahead and start with those. TIG cube and a TIG cube. Select, duplicate, place. Now this is above this black piece here. On this side it's the demo's cargo hull. It should be the first two doors. It's actually, yep, right above the first black cube. I had that out of place when I was monkeying around with it, trying to show you guys. Alright, so on our first TIG cube, we have a 100% spacer. Both sides. This one's supposed to be right there. So we have another 100% spacer on the other TIG cube. Now, in between these two TIG cubes, we have a single spacer. Right in between. On the next door, we've got two spacers. On top of that, we have a 75% wide. Maybe easier to put to 100%, get it centered up, and then switch it back to 75. These TIG tails are trickier to use than the Antares spacing plates. Alright, that is everything on this row. On the next row, on the black square, we have a TIG cube. We have a TIG cube on the first door, a TIG cube on the second door. So let's go place our 3 TIG cubes. Let's turn the camera sideways to make sure they're snapping in correct. And let's not forget to put them on the other side. Alright, now on these TIG cubes, we have 100%ers connected underneath for all 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, now on these first 2 TIG cubes, we have 100% attached to the top. Don't actually need this TIG cube. I think I put it there because it bothered me that this was floating, but it's underneath it so we can't see it, so it'll be fine. So these first 2 TIG cubes, on the hab snap point that we've created in between them, we're going to put 2 spacers. And this will be our center, and where the piece that sticks out the furthest is going to be. To support the armor pieces to the right, we cannot place these on until we actually get to the armor pieces. These are attached directly to the armor plates. So these 2 are going to wait until our armor plating is in place. I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the way. So we will be able to see it and come back to those later. Alright, now to get back to this piece. So the way we got this string here is on the bottom of this 100%, we hung a 75, and then a 100, and then a 75. 75, 100, and 75. $75, 100, and a 75. The reason for that, you'll see our armor plating, it has a section that has to be behind it, and then this section needs to be in front of it. But because this engine has no snap points, and we can't put a structure here to snap to because it's going to interfere with these engines, we've strung these along so we have a place to mount our armor plating. Once all the armor plating is going together, they're all fit together, so it'll look nice and neat. There won't be any gaps or floating parts. But for the underlying structure, that's what we need. Now, let me not forget to do the other side. Right, so right at the joint here, we have a 100. We're going to put a single spacer on top of it. We have a 100% connected right here for that unit. It's going to be right behind the tail of our spacer. A 100. And it's difficult to select. It's hard to grab that spacer once it's in place. Alright, towards the end here, we have a 75% spacer with a 75% kilobrand snap at the end with one spacer. And the spacer is connected at the upper point. This one was just connected to the back of the armor. It's not technically needed, so we'll skip it. Now in the center of our spine here, We have a 100%, and then right above it, it's connected a 50. Center of spine, 150. All right, so that should be it for our spacers and our Gillibrand snaps, except for that front one, which he can't do until we get some armor in place. Let's go ahead and start putting the armor plates into place. So first we're going to start with our center plate. Our center plate is going to go into our one that sticks out the furthest. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a layering effect of this plate. Duplicate it, go up, in place. Duplicate, go up. In place. Duplicate and go up. In place. We have main plate, big gap, little gap, big gap, big, little, really big. Next, using the center as our frame of reference, the one right behind it, to the left and right of it, it has these sloped curved pieces. Then underneath it, it has these little ones that you can expand. We're going to place the thick version of this. One on each side. And let's duplicate our work on the other side. Forgot to place those two on this side. Yep, so it's right there. Have a regular jump up behind it, followed by a short jump up, followed by a large jump. Not the first plate, but the second one. can see with these tails, this plate isn't sticking out quite as far. If you want, you can add another tail in there. Yeah, I like that. Put 3 of them there to get that center plate to stick out more. Alright, now what we're going to do to allow this piece to stick out here, we're actually going to use an armor plate behind it. So take an armor plate, flip it around, connect to the back of this one. That gives us our connection for that. Now behind this piece, we have 2 of these. Let's duplicate our work before we forget what we were doing. To the left of this top one, we have this little piece here. If you look for a reference point, here's the center. It's just above the center line. And to the left of this, we have this piece. 3 flips. Alright, so the next piece we have is this panel here. To the left of it, we've got, it's this one you can adjust the thickness, it slants both ways. It's going to attach right here to the engineering bay. You adjust the thickness. Then above it and behind it, we have this single direction slanted piece. And then above it, but in front and a little bit to the left, we have another one of these pieces. Gonna get this little piece that sticks out. I think it matters if you use these TIG tails as your spacers. If you're using the Untitled piece, you will not have it stick out at the top at all. And that is these Untitled Vesper wing arrays. Alright, so next in here we have another one of these thick pieces. And that is set behind these. To the right of it, we've got the same piece. Easier to line up with this side first, and then place the other. And below this piece, we have another one. It should be behind this. This is the point where we're going to have to go ahead and add these two pieces here. Now these are going to interlock on the back of an armor plate. We have a 100 and a 100. Gonna interlock a 100 and then a 100. Put them one step higher. We've got more, another armor plate. It should be lined up with that one. So this piece right here. See, super easy. The other side is correct, but when I put this back on, I was looking and I put it too far in. We're gonna have to make minor adjustments on this. Just too many little pieces. Sorry guys, I don't have time to go back and redo this whole thing so that I can shoot it without little tiny mistakes. Just have to make corrections. Alright. All corrections made. Now we're going to get this little piece. Alright, we are more than halfway done. We're going to start with this other centerpiece here. Now notice there is going to be a gap. There's going to be a gap between here. And since I'm showing you the modified build that uses these TIG tails for those who don't have the Antares pack, we'll have to double up that TIG tail there to match the extra one that we placed up top. Alright, directly behind it, we have this piece. And this other side. Let's duplicate it before we place it. And to the left and right, we have these squares. You can see it's going to be a little bit of merging. Behind here we have another one of these. Alright, we have our first main problem child piece. On the other side, just have this piece here. Those three will go there. Let's put our center line in. This is just a tiny one. Underneath it. And then another large one at the bottom. Single, double, double. Alright, we can see with the thickness of these spacers we're using, we're going to need to make these bottom ones a little bit thicker. Let's go ahead and put what's on the left and right of this. Now these are two pieces that will overlap. I'm going to merge into this. Should be even with this, and it is. We're missing our piece here still. That's even. And then there's a little corner piece here. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to make this center section here stick out more. So let's just add that does put it, looks like at the right height for that. All right. Adjustments. Now we need to get this piece to behave. Let's grab a spacer. Let's grab a 100% spacer. Put one hanging down on this piece here. That allows that one to connect. I think when we moved the spacers trying to get on this one, we really needed that. I think that's what ended up messing that up. want to fix it for this side. See if we can just move one. Running into issues with the edge. That one solves that. We take this out. We just double these tigtails. Not double, but add an extra tigtail. Alright, good. Edge of my screen. we are almost done. Alright, so now we're going to finish the end part of this bottom shield. Just have this big old piece here. It's just going to go about right there. Should be even with this and a little bit behind it. Now here, this bottom section is made up of actually two of these ACS Deimos shields. So the debris shield type B and the type B reverse. First, we're going to take the left side. Snaps on the bottom left there. And the right side. It's going to be merged in. Now we have these two pieces at the top. As you can see, this is going to go into the snap on the left side. This to the right. And this goes behind. Just like that. Put that one on last. These are two separate pieces. You can't flip it to make these two. These are two entirely separate pieces. Oh my goodness, I think we're done. Oh wow, we're actually done. We actually did it. Alright guys, if you were able to follow along with that and you completed this section, you need to give yourself like a really big round of applause. This was a very difficult thing to do. Now you may want to go in here and find, tweak the placement of a few shields. Front profile here looks good. Feel free to do any little personal tweaking if you want. But this was a very complex thing to try to recreate, and we just recreated it using a different part, which kind of offset it and threw it off some. If you got this far, there's very little left to do. Like 98% of all the work is done, and we just have a very short amount of stuff to go to just finish some basic shaping and hull plating, and then we are done. But congratulations for getting this far. Alright, welcome to the home stretch, the very last part of putting on just some of these armor plating and shaping pieces on the outside. Some pieces we're going to need is, of course, some more ACS Deimos armor plating. You should have plenty available from the wings you can grab from. We're going to be using some more of these Hope Tech caps, same ones that we used on the wing structure here. We need a Deimos spine A4. We need a Deimos belly, aft top, Deimos spine F4s, an Avantech dish small from Avantech, more of these armor platings, and then these spine type A's that are filler material. We're going to use the Class B Matilahaz Aerospace DBC-20A aft cruiser cannons that I have refit. You can see it says refit in the description. We need another. This is a CHI Model 3 Deimos Spine E. More of these. This is the CHI model Deimos belly that will flip around. We will need some of these Gillibrand snapping points and some of the equipment plates to mount the weapons. We're going to use this Intrinity Hope Cap nose aft bottom down here. We're going to use some of these CHI Model 3 Nova lat cowlings and a couple of these Hauler 10T cargo holds. I guess let's go ahead and start on the bottom. Go ahead and just take this Deimos belly, stick that right there, stick that right there. Now to get these on and the other one, we will need a Gillibrand hab snap here on the roof. So we've got a 50% hab snap right up there at the top. Select all. Let's get it in place. Need to make sure it's centered. And we're not clipping. There we go. Alright, I'm going to go with that design. Alright, now to build the area behind our bridge here, go ahead and put a 50% ham snap right there in the center. Take this piece, put it straight down. We have two of these pieces. It's going to snap into the hab snap we just placed. Like that. take another 50% kilobrain half snap. You're gonna put this on the roof of the bridge. Go ahead and put our av intake dish right there. And this demo spine A. It's gonna go right there. Make sure this is not going through the dish. Alright, now for the armor plates on top, we need to place a Gillibrand 50% right here and a 50% right here, because these are going to be connected into two sections. First, we're going to have our two caps. You're going to put right there. And then on the other side, let's take this, we'll just switch it to the other type. To this type right here. And just duplicate these. It's just got a little bit of clipping in the front. Alright, on the bottom, using 4 of these. One right there. One overlapped. Just duplicate. And you can just duplicate the whole thing and drag it to that side. So for the armor we're going to be using here, first we're going to remove our supplemental reactor. Take one of these armor pieces, place it there. Snap in the supplemental reactor so that it's even with this. We're going to put this over top of it, but not just yet. I'm going to take these flat armor pieces. This is going to go on the side here. Another one of these short ones. Gotta get this out of the way. Short one. done. I'll just take some of these spine type A's, and these just fill in the hole. Take this ASCD multi-frequent jammer. Place that right there. Now this piece we're going to line up. It's going to line up with this piece. So slightly merging in there. And take a CHI model flat plate. Mount the back gun. For this back, it's going to be easier. We're going to take this Trinity Hope cap nose aft bottom. Just going to stick that right there to round out that back shape. On the back of this SPE cargo hull, place a flat plate. Place our turret. Just take one of these. To build out this back section, these snap together a lot better just by themselves. These just gonna place 25%. Take our mounting plates. We're going to check the distance. Let's see, one notch back. Yeah, that looks good. So not at the end, the one in the middle. Alright, that gives us our rear guns. And now we just have to finish filling in the armor plating on the side, and we're all done. So first, to be able to get better armor plating fitting, next to this window. Going to place a 50%. Right there on both sides. You can place one here. Duplicate. And that gives us better armor plating going up to the window. Now we're going to take just a couple of these long ones. You can see this one's got a little overlap behind this piece here to the left. Now we have some of these big squares. Got 3 big squares, the opposite slope. Just a long piece of armor here. Now at the bottom, we're using the ones that slope both directions. 2 of them. Just cover up that side right there. Now you can just look at armor pieces are here, duplicate them, and then put the same on the other side. And we are all finished. If you made it this far, if you made it to the end, you did a really good job. I'm really proud if you got all the way to the end here and able to finish this. Please, please, please upload photos or videos of your completed Paris Class Destroyer, your frigate. I'd love to see them online. Either share something on YouTube or share it on Reddit. I'd love to see how many of you guys can actually put this together and finish it, and then see if you guys have any personal tweaks that you want to make to the ship. Now, I did not have the Antares Super mod when I made this ship. I've got that since. I may go back and see if there's any Antares Super upgrades that we can do this ship as a separate thing. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed this ship, and thanks for watching.